Hello everyone, hello everyone. It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. How are folks doing? How are folks doing? Giant man jump scare? I'm regular sized man. I am only 6'4". It is not that big. It is not that big. But yes. How are folks doing? Yeah, only. I feel like to be giant, you have to be like 7 or 8 feet tall. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm used to thinking of giants as pretty big. But yes. How are folks doing? Well, I mean, it's inconvenient for air flying, I'll say that much, but it's not great for that, but it is good for reaching top shelves. It is good for that. We've been liberated from heat wave over here. We've been liberated from oh, school desk gave me so much back pain. School desk drove me completely fucking nuts. I like fairly frequently would like sit down. I would try to, if the teachers wouldn't yell at me, I would try to like kneel on the floor and use the desk that way, because just actually like sitting in there and like leaning over onto the desk like killed my back so much. I mean, the thing is, Nap, this is one of those things that I say pretty frequently. The world is actually designed for people who are 5'9". 5'9" is the American average height, 69 inches, nice. And the world is actually designed for people who are 69 inches. Not the American overall average height, the American male average height is 69 inches. And like that, people who are 69 inches can reach most high shelves and can fit in airplane seats. As a rule, relatively comfortably. They have the best of both worlds. 64 inches? Yeah. And it's slightly inconvenient because it is a misogynistic society, and one of those consequences of kind of pointless broad spectrum misogyny is that, yeah, the world is slightly easier for men. They when they think of what an average person is, it is a man. It is not the middle point, right? You would think would be, we would design the world around people who are 66 inches or 67 inches. But no, we've designed it around people who are 69 inches. 3 apples tall. That's if each apple is 23 inches, that's 69 inches. But yeah. And I am on the record as being a huge I hate flying guy. I hate flying. But 3 apples tall is Hello Kitty's height. So when Hello Kitty eats an apple, is it like one of those videos of like a turtle eating a berry that's like the size of its head? Or like the size of its body? Because I always found those really cute. Only flew twice? Wow. Wow. That's another part that's important to say, political angle. Yes, Hello Kitty doesn't have a mouth. I'm assuming that Hello Kitty eats in the same manner as like a gelatinous cube, right? That she just kind of like absorbs things into her plasm. She absorbs starlight and rainbows. So like she finds a rainbow and just takes it away, right? Like that's kind of interesting. That's like an interesting piece of lore if she eats rainbows, that like, because rainbows, right, are God's sign of that he will never do a flood again. They are like they are the contract sign between God and the Jews. So she's just like destroying that. Was that anti-Semitic? Was destroying rainbows anti-Semitic? Interesting question. I don't think I'm qualified to answer that one. For now, and all you little floods. True, America. True. And she's not a cat. Yes, this is true. She is a British schoolgirl. That is the canon. That is the canon of it. They have made her the worst type of schoolgirl you could possibly make. They've made her the worst possible schoolgirl. Yeah, it's not specifically a Jewish place. That's true. I mean, I learned it from I learned it in Catholic school, right? I didn't learn that in Jewish school. I learned that in Catholic school because I didn't go to Jewish school. I went to Catholic. I grew up Catholic, so it'd be weird for me to learn things in a Jewish school. But yeah, it's yeah, yeah, ominous. I mean, this is the thing, right? Emmerich draws is that if you. When I went to, for regular schooling, I went to public school. I had Catholic school on weekends. No, it wasn't antediluvian. Well, I mean, yes, he was. He was also a post-diluvian. That's what the Delos is there. So he was one of the 6 diluvians. As if you mean that he was before Abraham, then yeah, that's actually a fair point. Yeah, that's actually a fair point. I think more importantly that means that like Hello Kitty is like fighting God, right? That she is blaspheming against God in a truly profound way. She is fighting the good fight. Oh, extreme amounts of incest. Yeah. They were populated with extreme amounts of incest is what happened. Yeah, there were hold on, I said 6, there's 8. I don't know why I said 6, that was wrong. It's 8. There's 8 humans who were on the Ark. There were 8 humans on the Ark. But yeah, backing up to you know, Dizzy and Emmerich Draws talking about it, I am so envious of being able to use trains for all of that, for that much travel. I can't even see. In order for me to use the train to visit some family members of mine, I need to fly to a train station. Like... just never traveled, really. I've traveled quite a bit. My family's very spread out. My family is very spread out. We are my closest cousins, who like these are people who like I grew up with, are like the distance from are like, you know, like 1,200 plus miles away. It's like my closest cousins, physically speaking. I've taken a train out of state only once. Interesting. I take trains out of New York all the time. But mostly because I have, you know, friends and family in New Jersey. So getting from New York to New Jersey via train is extremely not a big deal. It is extremely not a big deal. I've gone up to New Haven on Metro North quite a few times. I've been to Connecticut. I've gotten into Connecticut via train several times. But I have done a couple of cross-country train trips, but they are very inefficient. They are extremely inefficient and often impractical. But also, yeah, New Haven mention. Let's get in hellos. Let's get in hellos. We're 20 minutes in. We can do hellos. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Theo. And thank you for the 30 stream watch streak. Hello, Nanomancer. Nanomancer and I have done some of the tech support on the back end. It is... Well, it's there. Hello, Emmerich Draws. Hello, Blutiful Angel. Hello, Biscuit. Hello, Retracted_Fluff. Hello, The Dizzy Chicken. Hello, Not a Professor. Let's shout out Nap. What were you up to, Nap? Did you stream today? Nap? Hello, Gringotts Underwriter. Hello. Hold on, who am I missing here so far? Did I get you Wea Biscuit? I think I got Wea Biscuit. Hello, Galaxy Wolfstar _. Hello. This is a problem with going so far late. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. And hello, Almont OS. And hello, Flea Flicker. And hello, Sparkly Anarchy. And hello, Akshi. And hello to all of the old friends and the new friends and the VOD watchers and the lurkers. I appreciate all of you. This stream is not possible without you guys. My stream was good. I got very drunk last night with some friends. I got very, very drunk with some friends last night, and it was quite good. I was not hungover. It was not hungover. I once again soloed the hangover. No problem. No sold it. Nothing. I'm in the most western part of France and need trains to go to southeastern parts, so of course I need to go north to go to Paris first. Emmerich Draws, I've had commutes where I had to go from northern Brooklyn to southern Brooklyn, and that meant going through Manhattan. Was there some occasion? It was a friend's birthday. So we threw a birthday party for her. And yes, I don't, as Mix has pointed out, and as I say often, I don't tend to drink when I'm in a bad mood. It's just not how I roll. It doesn't actually help me at all. I drink with friends. I drink with friends and to have a nice time. That is my relationship with alcohol, is that it is quite pleasant. Yeah, happy birthday to her. Yeah, it often needs to go through Manhattan. Yep. And northern Brooklyn and southern Brooklyn have like functionally segregated transit systems. Like the LJMZ all kind of are in northern Brooklyn, and then like all of the other lines go to southern Brooklyn, and the only connection is via the G. Might as well be a different state. And it's funny that like going from northern Brooklyn to southern Brooklyn, like the transit system doesn't integrate well, but the transit system doesn't integrate very well, but the if you go north into Queens, it feels very different very quickly. Queens feels so different. Like immediately, it's like, oh, this is weird. This is strange to me. This is unfamiliar territory. Whereas like it's pretty hard to go to a part of Brooklyn that feels weird to me, other than like downtown. Downtown feels weird to me. Yeah, the Barclays station I do not like. I spent quite a bit of time there. And yeah, the joke Emmerich draws is that everything in New York is really close, but it always takes an hour to get anywhere no matter what because the train lines are inefficient. Like somehow everything always takes an hour, no matter how far they are. But that's also worth saying. Emmerich draws that is within one city. If you are trying to, like, New Jersey has like 6 train lines. If you're trying to get from a place that's in western New Jersey to a place that's in southern New Jersey, even though New Jersey is not very big, it will be multiple hours. It will be like 6 hours. Because you will have to go to Secaucus or New York City and then back down. And the trains are much worse than your trains. The New Jersey transit trains are not super good. But yeah. Was cheaper than a train to my destination? Happens in... I mean, it's about to happen a lot less often, but that has happened pretty frequently in America. That was a fairly frequent thing in America for a long time. It's probably not going to be true in the medium-term future, because of the closing of Spirit Airlines and the ongoing Iran war will probably push the cost of plane flights up pretty significantly. Pretty significantly. So that's, yeah. The over-centralization of France. I wonder how much it's true now. But it's definitely been the case in the past that France was a little bit of a Paris with some colonies. I mean, Blue, I have gotten flights from New York to the Midwest for, like, under $50. Which is much further than San Francisco to San Diego. Hold on a second here, let me clear some things up here. Yeah. But yeah. It's. Let me take a stretch here. In my back. Commuted from Toronto to Vancouver. Oof. Oh yeah, no, I'm familiar with that thing Emmerich draws. You are not the first French person I've met that everyone hates the Parisians, especially the Parisians. I remember John Ken Palm saying that as a Quebecois, the actual French have no sense of whimsy or humor. It is simply better to be Quebecois, according to him. Oh, Wasteland! Thank you for the 3 months! Thank you for the 3 months, my friend! Thank you for the 3 months, my friend. You are... it's so good to have you here, and I'm so glad that you seem to be healthy and safe, and I'm glad that we've had you for 3 months. And as ever, this is a viewer-supported stream. It is kept on the air by viewers like you. It is kept on the air by viewers like you, and your subscriptions fund, my rent and my paintbrushes and my paints and my miniatures and my cameras, and it's just a huge vote of confidence in me that you give me such a vote to come here, and it's very generous, and it hopefully will keep me on the air for a long time. Heard the opposite from a Quebecois. It is interesting, right? The Quebec. I did not know any Quebecois until I was a streamer, right? Which is honestly kind of funny, given that I don't live that far from Quebec. But a but it's yeah, I have I feel like the Quebecois are I mean, the two Quebecois I know the best are John Ken Palm. I should say the three: John Ken Palm, Kari Kari, and Capable Mabel. Right? Like it's you know, not the only one. Yeah, it's I do think that there's definitely a tendency to hate people from the capital in a lot of cultures, right? I think that's actually pretty normal. I think it's a lot of result of like how governments work, just kind of at a basic level. Like one of the, yeah, John Ken Palm is Quebecois. Yeah, he's Quebecois. As is Capable Mabel. Like, I mean, Hunger Games, right, is reflecting on like a well-trod set of memes. And I mean, the big one I would say in terms of like movies and stuff is how often does New York just get blown up in movies, right? That's like such a common fantasy in American fiction, is blowing up New York. Which New York is not our political capital, but it is our real capital. So, you know, earns the new in movies, right? It's always Tokyo in Japanese films, and sometimes it's a kind of like horror movie feeling, right? And oftentimes it is a, you know, this horror movie feeling of like, oh no, not my city getting blown up. But honestly, for a lot of people, it's, yeah, stick it to those rich fucks in the center. You know, that's I will say, Emmerich Draws, one of my favorite jokes I've learned from an American who spent a lot of time living in Paris, was that the thing about Paris is that nobody can be miserable when they're living in Paris. And the only exception to this is the Parisians. That they have this. The Parisians have the special power of being unhappy while they're in Paris. Yeah, it's also visually iconic, right? It's also very, very iconic in a way that like DC has some iconic buildings, but blowing them up isn't nearly as interesting or fun. It's not nearly as interesting and exciting to blow up a city where the buildings are like almost entirely like 3 stories. And of course, you know, the New York that gets represented in movies is often very fictional, right? It's a very narrow vision of New York, whereas like the New York I know is in Do the Right Thing. That's the New York I know. I do not think about the New York from, you know, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles nearly as much, or the New York from What We Do in the Shadows, right? Is New York, right? That's What We Do in the Shadows is set in New York City. That is not the New York that I am familiar with. Yeah, the bridge. We love to blow up that bridge. We love to blow up Big Bridge. Dubai has also put effort into being a city that's in movies. That's definitely like, they built a huge ass city in the middle of nowhere and then really pumped a lot of money into getting people to associate Dubai itself with luxury. Which is kind of interesting just in the fact that like the amount of money involved is not actually that much. Like, encouraging fairly large movies to shoot on location in your fancy new city is not actually that expensive from the scale of like cities. From the scale of like what a city is. Oh, yeah. Alfina is also Quebecois. I'm just not actually, like, personally... I just don't actually know her personally. I just have seen her around. Yeah, Vancouver, BC is the funniest one on the planet to me. I've never quite stopped snickering about how Rumble in the Bronx is clearly in Vancouver and even has the Cascade Mountains in it. I think that's deeply, deeply funny. Like, you can see the Cascades. And hello, Quincy. Hello, Quincy. Influencer are doing most work for... Yeah, I mean, that's the reason why it's cheap, right? But I was thinking more about, like, there's a Fast and the Furious movie that has, like, a huge sequence in Dubai. As far as I kind of feel like the influencers kind of... They feel downstream of that, right? Like, it feels like they paid the money for, like, Fast and the Furious stuff to be in Dubai, and then that made it appealing to... influencers. And I mean, it's a lot of work to make it influencer friendly, right? There's quite a bit of work into getting influencers on something, right? That's and hold on a second. Big sip of water. And it's oh. Taking a big crack. Is it, oh, yeah. There we go. And hello, Sharkray. Hello, Sharkray. I mean, it's I think I'm am I technically an influencer? Right? Like I feel like I am not in a situation where I get to be like, oh, these influencers, as if I'm not one of them. Not shilling places and products. I kind of am shilling products though. I kind of do shill products. I just tend to shill products that are not that big of a deal. Like it's you know, I'm like, yeah, you should buy Pilot pens, right? Like you know, I do that, and I'm like, oh yeah, like it's you throw a brick at Nano. Okay. Okay, here's what I think is happening at Blick. What my understanding, Vex checked this because I said it seemed spooky, so Vex checked me on this one. Blick, another business went into bankruptcy or something, was in financial trouble, and then was purchased by Blick, and now Blick has a huge overstock of product. Yeah, it looks like they bought out another art supply place, and they are trying to consolidate their warehousing, which means downsizing their inventory. That's kind of what it looks like to me. It's like they have excess inventory and are trying to reduce it. Yeah. I am trying to figure out how I can get my Blick order up to $79, because that's so much fucking paper, man. That's so much paper. It's so hard to purchase that much paper. It's so much paper. You'll be set for life, but I don't have a lot of space, Blue. Hiding paper around the apartment. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Ah. Ooh. Oh yeah, Molotov ink would be a good one. You're right. That's a good one. And oof. Oof. Make a paper bed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Paper fridge. Yeah, that's the type of level, origami level. Origami level. You make a paper toilet, the functioning paper toilet. Out of origami. Yeah, well, live paper. Make a paper cat so I don't need to get a pet. Right, hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Paper mache toilet. I don't know how you can do. I don't know how you can like truly make a. It would be hard to make it support my body. It would be really hard to make it support my body, and I don't even know enough about plumbing. Yeah, that's what you recommend for that. Yep. Yeah, that's I do brush priming, and I know that there's huge limitations to it. I know there's a lot of reasons why it sucks ass, but I don't have reliable access to places I can prime outside, and I do not have good enough ventilation to do indoor priming. Paper inkwell. Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. I am not nearly good enough at cleaning at origami in general. And I don't know how to design origami. That feels crazy to me. I feel like I have to follow other people's guides. I maybe should learn how to I don't even know how people do that. Like, I'm assuming there's a science to, like, if you want this end product, here's how you do it. Don't you have a game workshop shop nearby? Like a game workshop store? I thought I didn't think I did. I didn't think I did. There's I thought they sold all those. At least I haven't seen a Games Workshop store in a long time. There are some hobby stores near me, but they tend to be incredibly cramped. They tend to be incredibly cramped. I would describe them. Yeah, I would be. It never even occurred to me that a store would provide spray stations. The gaming stores around that I have been to in the last couple of years don't even have gaming spaces. Right? Like, they got nothing. They got nothing. I am gonna go to the maps.google.com though. I've never even heard of that. There's apparently a Warhammer store on 8th Ave. I don't know if that's officially affiliated with Games Workshop. I am looking at photos of this place. There's no way there are spray booths in here. There's no way. There's no way that you can do spray booths in this store. Emmerich Draws. This store is... It looks like it is maybe 3 meters... what other people have probably seen. Like, it looks like Sparkly Anarchy has been there. No, this is like... Yeah, the store is like a 10-foot by 10-foot box. Yeah. Emmerich Draws. Stores in New York are like barely walkable. The main hobby store that I have been to in New York City is so cramped that I cannot walk down it. I have to shimmy. The aisles are so stocked that I have to shimmy just to get through the aisles. Like, there's no way there's a spray booth. They like have a spray booth in there. No, it's just like the footprints for stores in here are very tiny. Real estate prices are incredibly high. Yeah, this is they've got photos here of games in progress, but so this is like the Warhammer store on 8th Ave does have games tables. Emmerich Draws. The more interesting one is that there isn't a Walmart in New York. Yeah, they're generally tiny, and we closed almost all of them down in the 2010s. Like, all the ones that I remember are closed, like, decades ago. Like, there might be. It's actually, well, We Have Biscuit, this is an interesting story. New York is the largest city in the US to not have a Walmart, and it's mostly because I don't think there ever was. The big issue, as I understand it, is that Walmarts have pretty specific approaches to floor space, and New York doesn't actually have lots that make sense. Does not have lots that match what Walmart wants. The Brooklyn Costco is insane. The Brooklyn IKEA is nuts. That thing is crazy. I'm shocked that we have an IKEA in Brooklyn. I also hate it as an aside. I hate IKEA. I do not like a store that I cannot walk into, do my objectives, and then leave. I find the IKEA to be an incredibly hostile space to the way that I want to use a store. So I definitely interpret it as an asshole move. As an actively hostile and evil place. But yeah, there's actually a lot of things Emmerich Draws that like don't really happen in New York. Like, I don't think there's a Pizza Hut. There might be, but like Pizza Hut's not like a significant institution in New York. It wasn't until recently that we didn't have a Wegmans until a couple years ago, which is crazy. Like, I was like, Wegmans not being in New York felt weird. Walmart not being here, like, always made sense to me, but like, Wegmans feels like it is something that's supposed to be from New York. And no, it's from upstate, and only the first New York Wegmans was like a couple years ago. Which is really strange. Waffle House employees, you don't need to sell me even harder on it. I don't know if there's anything I can eat there, but damn, don't threaten me with a good time. Well, it's a Wegmans. It is a fucking Wegmans. I I think that's much weirder than us not having a Games Workshop store. Because again, like Games Workshop in America, I mostly ordered it, honestly, even like even like when I had access to a gaming store for Warhammer, I often just ordered it. Hello, Chaotica! Hello, Chaotica! Am I expecting a double raid tonight? How are you doing, Chaotica? How are you doing? Not tonight? Not tonight? Okay, you were flying solo tonight. You're doing well, that's good to hear, it's good to hear. What were you studying then? What were you studying then if it wasn't your usual writer's workshop? For the readers, my name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am an old man, I love old things. I do a lot of hand cams, and I play games that I am bad at, and sometimes even games that I am good at. I try to be simultaneously cozy and interesting. That is what my intended vibe is. This is a place where people can ask me history questions or social science questions or political questions, and I'll answer them to the best of my ability. And I will do little stimmy video games to keep things moving along. But if you want to just kind of be here and relax and have a chill time and get some co-working in, that is extremely acceptable. That is extremely reasonable. We were talking about shopping in New York, and I looked it up. It is The Complete Strategist is the store I was thinking of. Is The Complete Strategist. Complete Strategist is extremely cramped the last time I was there. It is... Oh, looking at more modern pictures of it, it is a lot easier to navigate than I remember it ever being. You're doing the writing instead of the reading. Excellent. I've done very little, like, writing on stream. I do writing, off, for my other job, and I am, I've done editing a little bit on stream, but I've not done much writing on stream, and it feels like it would really be hard for me to be a streamer and a writer at the same minute, right? I feel like the productivity, the part of my brain that is saying words out loud, and the part of my brain that is putting words on paper would be competing way too much. So I've never done it. It seems really challenging. Seems extremely tough to me, to my mind. Pomodoro has never quite worked for me. Pomodoro has not quite worked for me. I know a lot of people who like it. For me, the productivity thing that helps a lot is checklists. Checklist is like the like one thing at a time checklist is like the actually like strong one. Was the actual strong one. Speaking of which, I gotta write down some things on my to-do list right now. There we go. Okay. List BOP. I for me it has to be physical, and the best way for it, the way that has worked for me is to write it down on sticky notes, write one task per sticky note, and and then have them like stacked on top of each other and just throw them out whenever I complete a task. That has made a huge difference for me. That has been huge for me. That's been like way more valuable than trying to than having the lists like all be together. The big part of the trick is to break down tasks so that they're small enough that it's one task. Because if I have a sticky note that's a task that's too large for me to do easily, I just don't do it. I just wind up not doing it. I just wind up not doing it. Also, I didn't say hello to Orpheus Wren. I apologize, Orpheus Wren. Congratulations on finishing the drawing. Congratulations on finishing the drawing. It is good to have some productivity. We are about to go to ads, and when we come back, it will be Dark Souls. I have to warn people, we are doing a blind Dark Souls run. Hello, Torkisk Volkig. Hello, Vexing Cat. Hello, Vexing Cat. Let me give a shout out to the lovely Vexing Cat. Vexing Cat. Time management is my biggest weakness, I would say, as a person. Sometimes I do fairly good at it, but it is I would overall say my biggest weakness. Workout time. Okay, we are going to ads in just a moment. I will do the workout, and then we'll go to ads. And it is my first time playing Torque. I am playing blind. I am incredibly bad. We are up to 252 deaths on the current save file. I am completely lost. I do not know where to go. I have an idea. I have an idea, but I am a much worse Dark Souls player than you are ready for. I have several friends who have said that I am so bad at the game that they consider it a moral failing. Almost stepped on like a buckscoon. Okay. Stretching out the back a little bit. I am on the floor. Okay. Push-ups time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Feels good, baby. All right. I'm going to throw you guys to ads. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hello, I am back. Whoops, wrong scene, wrong scene. Torque, if you are still here, absolutely no gameplay tips. Absolutely no gameplay tips. That is the main number one thing to not give me. That is the most important thing to not do. Where do we want chat? Do we want this chat? I don't know if we want this chat. I don't know if we want this chat. Let me swap us to a different chat. There we go. You think top is good? Okay. You think top is good? But then I have to move the banner. The spoilers banner is overlapping the top. So where do I put it? I want the spoilers banner on here, but where do I put it? I don't think we want it covering up the HP bar, right? That doesn't sound right to me. Sounds incorrect to me. Here. I'm just gonna put on all three chat options. This might be a little bit chaotic for a second here. This might be a little bit chaotic here for a second, but we'll have all three chat options available. So you can see that there is a... Yeah, so it goes across the top, it goes across the middle, and it goes up the left side. What do you, as the viewers, like out of those three? You know what, I'll make a poll. All right, let's just put that on for 2 minutes. Okay. Okay. Oh, and Hulk is Volkig. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. So yeah, I am... Oh, and Orpheus Wren, thank you for the follow. Very kind of both of you. Very, very kind of both of you. So yes, my goal right now, I don't know what my goal is right now. I am planning to explore the Catacombs. This is actually my third save file, in case people are a little bit confused about this point. So I know a little bit about the game, but it is entirely from experimentation that has happened on stream. There is nothing that I know about the game that hasn't happened on stream. So let me grab the Dark Souls. Let me grab the Dark Souls and pin that. Oh, now I can't see the poll. Now I can't see the poll. Okay. Looks like top bar wins. I'm just gonna end it early. Top bar wins. So, but now where do I put the spoiler warning? Oh, I've got a... I forgot about this. I forgot that I have an item here. I think I still have it. There we go. Hello, Cyborg. Hello, Cyborg. There we go. I don't know how visible that is on screen. Yeah, it's a little bit. That's not good. But we're getting there. I think that's good. I think it's good. I like this item. I like this item. Okay, so I guess the big scrolling bar that I love is going away. Okay. Okay. Now we get started. Now we get started. Hello.
Ah, your face. You're practically hollow. But who knows? Going hollow could solve quite a bit.
It would help if I knew what hollow meant. Okay, hold on. Gotta. Oh no! Don't actually hit him with a sword. Why? Sorry, I'm just weirdly Chatterino's being strange. Yeah, I want it to be always on top. And it's not being always on top. I said hello to you, Sabork, right? Yeah, we are now encountering scuff. We have now entered scuff. We have now entered scuff that you guys cannot perceive. Okay. Configure options. No, none of this. None of this. I don't care. Okay, this is deeply, deeply annoying. Okay. Chat is going to be considerably harder for me to interact with because Dark Souls has... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna test something out. I'm gonna hard stop Dark Souls and just restart it. We'll be back in a second. Wait, I would much prefer to have... the whole point of playing on the PC is to have Chatterino on top. The whole point of... sorry, no, I shouldn't say that of being on PC, but like... It is important to me. It is important to me that chat be on top. You have acquired calories? Excellent, excellent, excellent. You should be happy and healthy. Okay, looks like that might have taken care of it. Okay. I hope they're healthy calories as well. I hope they're tasty and healthy. All right. All right, let's get in here. Load game, Almantas. Almantas. Oh, hold up a second there.
What? Well, they are collected bit by bit from corpses. Or you can butter up a cleric and get yourself summoned. And the quickest way, although I'd never do it, is to kill a healthy undead and pillage its humanity. Coveting thy neighbor is only human, after all.
All right. He seems like... Yeah. You're on a protein, you're on a liquid... Oh, that's very tough. That's very tough. Yeah, sure, sure. Hold on a second here. Like that, or do you want me against a different background, Emmerich? Is that good? Or do you want me to take a screenshot myself and try to send it to you? So here. Is that better? A little bit closer up? Well, the lighting's all weird there. Perfect? Okay, excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. Let's take a... I'm gonna take a gander around here. The most useful item in the game. Okay. I mean, I know my route through here, right? I know my route through here. This is always so interesting to me, right? These like pseudo overlapping semicircle walls. I don't know why you would design a wall like that. It produces a kind of like interesting like trench warfare element to it that is quite strange, right? Because it means that once one of your walls falls, it's potentially compromises the entire defense network, right? It's not impossible, but it's going to make things easier for an attacker who can surmount the first wall. Hello, Mara Mara. Hello, Mara Mara. How are you doing, Mara Mara? This is not the route I want to go. No, it's not. That was a mistake. But not punished. It was a mistake, but I was not punished. The Catacombs. Whoop. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tohu. Thank you, Tohu. Thank you, Tohu. I thought I changed it just chatting, for one thing. But thank you very much, Tohu. Category error. Category error. Dark Souls. Owie. Ate breakfast and drank coffee. Excellent. Good choice, Mara. Good choice. But yes, also thank you very much, Tohu, and welcome in Mr. Bohu. I usually don't get hit until this part. This part I usually get hit during. Category error. And, hold on. Kefir. Kefiroy. Kefroy? Kefroy. Let's go with Kefroy. Kefroy, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And just so people know, I did use the Dark Souls death counter to update the number. We were off by only 4. I appreciate it, Tohu. I appreciate it. That's exactly the kind of thing that us VTubers like to hear. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Yeah, there's a utility that will count the number of deaths. I haven't looked at any of the other information in it, if there is any. I just look at the deaths. I just want to know how many times I've been dodged. But yeah, that's how I view it, right? I love making safe file figures. I do not, but I've done it twice now. Lol. Those are, I think they're neat utilities. I think they are neat utilities. I think I wished a lot of games provided more detail about your game statistics. I really appreciate the kind of detail that Warframe and Helldivers gives me, and of course Deep Rock. Deep Rock gives you fantastic details. Whoop. Oh. 254. Also, thank you for the watch streak, Tohu. Thank you for the watch streak, Tohu. I'm gonna also change something here. Okay, turning off capture cursor. Just to get an overview of what high scores you're missing. I see. I remember a lot about using, about how there's a bunch of different utilities for Dwarf Fortress to make managing your dwarfs easier. Because, like, Dwarf Fortress UI makes it pretty challenging to know a lot about your dwarfs and, like, what jobs they're doing and stuff like that. And so it's pretty easy to improve upon that one. That one's not, like, a challenging improvement to make. See ya. And yeah, I can say being a pain in the ass for Katamari Damacy. What a good game. What a good game series. More games should be Katamari Damacy. Ow. Yoink, and see if I can remember what I want to do down here. Is it here? Oh, hello. Okay. What do you got for me? Esquite. Esquite. Yep, I was like, I think this causes you to fall. Okay. Hello, buddy. Hello, Kit Creates PNG. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing, my dear? Oh, hello. Oh! Didn't expect that. Oh, whoop. Okay, I'm gonna count that. I'm gonna count that. That sounds pretty successful. That was a pretty successful one. As these go, as lives go. Jab. Punch. Can't reliably jump, but it is... Maybe that's something I should just be working on, is just jumping more. See, failed there. I was trying to jump there and I failed. Oh. Well, we got to keep on running. We got to keep on running. We got to keep it up. The momentum. There we go. Goodbye. And then... Dead man can't jump, no, and he's... Ho ho ho, almost fell there, and... Let's... Ho ho ho, very close. Very close over there. Oh! Hold on, let's do this. No idea what that did, but it probably... Oh, ow. Probably did something. Oh! Wait, what? Should have died there. Should have died there. Skeleton Beard's so funny. Skeleton Beard is so funny.
You'll spoil my focus.
A bearded skeleton is so funny to me. I should be dead. I don't know why I'm not dead.
What's that then? Need some smithing? Then produce me some wares.
What can I buy from you? A bone? So nothing useful here. Nothing useful here.
Well, what was that about? Don't be coming around here without a good reason.
Do you have things other than purchasing? Can I talk to you? Let's talk to you.
I'm here to smith, not to chit-chat.
Can I try again?
I've told you, I'm here for the trade, not for the talk.
Alright, alright.
Well, what was that about?
Well, I didn't sell anything I was interested in, so... Now, if I recall correctly... Yep. Yep. That's what I recalled. Whoop. 256. Nice even number. 256. Let's give it up for Death 256. Woo! That was a bad woo. Woo! That was an even worse one. But yeah, Death 256. Hell yeah, brother. Very, very good to have Death 256. That's a good number of deaths to have. Our next even number of deaths is going to be what, 1024 or 512? It's going to be 512. 512 and then 200 and 1024. And then 2048, which I don't think we'll get past to the next one after that, which is going to be 4096. I do not think that given the way that I am playing, it's going to take me over 4,095 deaths to beat the game. Yeah, of course, of course. Powers of two. Powers of two. Oh! 256 was not an auspicious death. A log scale chart of deaths would make sense for this run. I know, right? I know, right? I think that, like, what... If somebody was enough of a sicko, I don't know if I'm enough of a sicko to even do this for myself, but just from, like, a data collection perspective, the thing that I would love to see for this would be a table of sources of death across runs. I think a stacked bar chart would probably be the most legible, right? Would be like it's like color 1 for like blue for run 1, green for run 2, and then red for 3. Yeah, exactly. How much is falling? How much is falling? How much is skeletons? How much is Sith? Queeleg and falling are probably the top two. Because Queeleg, I'm pretty sure is over 300 in total. I'm pretty sure Queeleg is 300, 400 plus. Skeletons is pretty high. Toxic is pretty high, I think, as well. I don't know if it's super high. I don't think it's going to catch it to falling, but Toxic is pretty high. The Ghost. Yeah, you're right about the Ghost. The Ghost is a good call out. Okay, so I've bowed to the corpse behind this guy, so I can get past it. These guys have not killed me very much, because the main one who I've encountered is the one in the Moonlight Garden, and I have death, and I usually am able to, this guy's a little bit deadlier than that one, but yes, yes. Oh, hello. Hello, X underscore A underscore N underscore A underscore D underscore U underscore. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? Oh, hello. Did not expect that. Ow. Was not prepared for that. But yeah. I've been doing Dark Souls on Sundays. For a couple weeks now. We're on save file number 3. We're on Almantas. Song. Just had Pathfinder that ran a little bit late. Well, I hope that you found those paths. I hope you found those paths. It's a place. Xanadu is a place. There's a poem. I think of the poem. You know, by Coleridge, who I must say, not actually a huge Coleridge fan. I don't hate Coleridge, but Coleridge is not a poet like Lee Bai, that like really sings to me. I do think I have a pretty underdeveloped taste in poetry. In general. I don't think I've got a particularly strong sensibility around poems. It's been a minute since Orpheus Red. Yeah, you're. I am mostly a history nerd more than like anything else, and so, and I actually quite like Chinese history. I'm actually a pretty big fan. Rhyme ones are always fun. I am less enamored with rhyme than I am with rhythm. Like if you can do interesting things with cadence. But I tend to find that a little bit more interesting than, like, rhyming couplets. But that's... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I said interesting. Following a formula is not, by default, going to be interesting. Like, if you do something cool with meter, and I'm not, like, good enough to tell, right? Like, Coleridge did, Ozymandias, right? Am I, I'm, apologize if I make myself look like an ignoramus here, but I think he was Ozymandias. Well, and poetry is very often, culturally local, right? Like different cultures have different goals for what makes a poem good or bad. And poetry is very often about displaying mastery of your local culture. Oh, wow. He was ready for me. Holy moly. I should check what this item does. I should check what this item I just picked up does. How do I open up menu? That's menu. Eye of Death. Online play item. Lure phantoms from other worlds. Only Covenanter can use the item while Hollows cannot. The dreadful Eye of Death spreads disaster. Eyes of Death spread disaster across a neighboring world. Phantoms lured to the host world may end up as victims, allowing the Eye of Death to multiply and leading further proliferation of Bane. Okay. I'm going to unequip that because it's going to just mess me up. They'd curse you with something different. I mean, you'd end up speaking like the G.I. Joe character, and everybody would just find you deeply annoying. That's what I think would happen. It would be, in D&D terms, a huge charisma debuff. -6 charisma, can't stop talking and rhyming couplets. Poetry is an interesting one for me. I feel... Okay, I will avoid the false humility here. I've gotten paid a decent amount for my poems. I don't actually... Which is interesting for it to be an art form that I am finding some commercial success with, but that I don't love. I don't think I'm a hack about it either. I don't have like a formula of like, oh yeah, this is how you make a commercially successful poem. Hello Bobo Enzo. Sometimes often I do say that. I do that pretty frequently. Oh. Let's see if I can do this. It's a tradition. It's not like a... I feel like I have like way more to say about like novels and particularly nonfiction than I do about poems. Oh, is there anything else down here? No. Oof. But I did get the item, and it was just another soul, which, but it's, oh, yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's an art form that I have relatively low emotional investment in. Unlike, like, game design, I have a lot of emotional investment in. And also, once again, thank you for the reminder, Mix. Thank you very much for the reminder to folks. No spoilers. But yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Like I've never written a game successfully. Like I've tried my hand at game design a few times. But I've gotten like 1/3 of the way through writing something, writing a game, and I get frustrated and then I give up. And I've never written a novel. I've written so little fiction. Lies with writing fiction. Yeah, fiction's like really tough for me. I have very little motivation to write fiction. Oh, hello. That was nice. There we go. And nope. I mostly what kind of games? I mean strategy games. Strategy games is what I think about. I've been farting around with making a diceless like 18th century warfare game. And there are some design decisions I never quite like figured out which way to go with in them. But yeah, definitely like the wargaming space is the one where I'm the most interested. Yeah, I was envisioning a system where units, if a unit actually gets hit, units would have resources, and then if a unit ever actually gets hit, it just dies instantaneously. But you can spend resources to negate hits. And so it kind of becomes a question of spending them wisely. Yeah, Zandu, you were correct. Especially when we're talking about something like a TTRPG or a tabletop war game, where you're not... Like, if you're writing a video game that's meant to be played through in a normal way, like Dark Souls, right? You have a certain amount of, like, you've got, like, a plot line and so on that you're trying to convey. There's a narrative experience you're trying to give people, whereas with, like, a war game or a tabletop role-playing game, there's not usually a concrete narrative that you're trying to portray. You are instead trying to create a framework, right? It is probably more in common with, like, creating a art program than creating a piece of art. Yeah, it's more of a post-hoc. I mean, in TTRPGs, in relatively, like, well-supported, ones, like, like Blades in the Dark, the narrative is something that emerges out of the player interactions. And that emergence, creating that context and that tool for emergence is interesting to me. I'm really interested in the emergent properties that come out of game design and out of the experience of playing it as opposed to just having it described. Is what I think is really kind of compelling from it. And part of the way I was thinking about that 18th century war game actually started from a perspective of trying to make a tabletop war game that had neither dice nor HP. Because I was talking with Nagi, and Nagi was like, oh, keeping track of HP is such a pain in the ass. I'm like, what are the alternatives, right? And the obvious alternative is just one shot, one kill. And I kind of like fucking around with the limitation, like trying to get out of the tyranny of dice. It's not even like a total hatred of dice. I just think it's an interesting design constraint to try to get around. You know, it's so stereotypical, right? To have a game that is built entirely around pure randomness and even like weighted randomness, and I think playing around with doing, you know, false randomness is potentially quite interesting. Oh, hold on, Galaxy Wolfstar. I was willing to go to like fully like no HP, like not even like nothing, like nothing. Like fully just you are alive or you are dead. Again, I guess it is also kind of cheating on that front to then have like, oh yeah, you can spend resources to negate hits. Like that's like those wind up kind of being your HP, which is why I wanted those resources to be things that can be used both offensively and defensively. Okay, whoop. Hello, Reversation. Hello. Yeah, Xanadu. I really liked that in Master of the Elements, which I really liked. I really liked Master of the Elements as a as a game. Okay, unable to wield that effectively with the present stats. Okay. Like when you take damage, it is just you get penalties imposed on you, and there are narrative penalties imposed on you, right? Like you become immobilized, or you become blinded, right? And then you cannot use actions that require you to run or that require you to use your hands or whatever. And then once you take 3, you are out of action. You can even have like you have been stranded in the air as a form of damage. It's a little bit reminiscent of Fate. The game is extremely an Apocalypse World hack. Like it is not even PBTA. It is Apocalypse World. And that they replace the HP clock with you taking those combat penalties because it's based on Avatar: The Last Airbender, right? It's based on Avatar: The Last Airbender. Avatar: The Last Airbender is not something where like people get punched in the stomach until they die. It is a show where people are restrained and restricted, or they're thrown overboard of ships, or you know, it is you know, not a game of just hitting people with hammers in the face. Not a system for that. And so creating a narratological set of like a way that functions narratively. So I have a suspicion this guy's immune to fire as well, but maybe it'll dispel his little clones. Or again, maybe fire just doesn't do damage. Right, fire's creation in this universe, not as much destruction. Hello, Pinwheel. Long time no see. Ow. Nope. Oh, I should have died there. Okay. We've barely gotten started. And he's already messed me up pretty bad. It's like fire doesn't do damage to him. But axe does. It's nice when I can hit both him and the a clone with the axe. Ow! I need to stop that. I need to stop that. Okay. Okay, and is there any clones up? Nope. No, there's a clone. Okay, there's gonna be a clone around here somewhere. Ow! Thought I dodged that. Oh, another clone? Nope, not a clone. Oh. There we go. I guess I should call them illusions. Well, two of them. Miss. Okay, good. Got a freebie. Yay, did a successful dodge for once. Chug. So there's a clone over there. Another one over there. Okay, let's... Where are they? Where are they? Dang it. Trying to get rid of these guys. This is the problem. Yep. Yep. 265. Hello, Genosake. Hello, Genosake. Overdue some fame meds. Yeah, please use your meds. Use your meds, folks. Use your meds. Use your meds. Alright, massive chainsaws? That is a crazy locomotion method. It was a very scary locomotion method. I would not relish. Hello, Bear. Hello, Bear. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Winning is always a relative term, right? Winning is always a question mark. I haven't won. Oh, I just assumed that you woke up early. I assume that you're being a responsible, you're being responsible. Woke up because of neighbor. Oh, I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. I'm going to stereotypically assume that your neighbor was extremely excited about something related to football. Is what happened. They have a small human who likes to scream. Ah, okay, okay. That's... I hope that the small child is okay. Okay, let's think about this. What's the way down here? Let's think about this. I think that there's a route down this way, if I recall correctly. Yeah! Yep. Yep. Good luck to the baby. Good luck to the baby. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I quite like babies, and a lot of why is because I find them very easy to empathize with. From a baby's perspective, they don't know what is happening, and all they know how to do about it is cry. And that's, like, that's such a big mood. Oh, maybe a second weapon I can use. We'll okay, I guess we're finding out in a second. We are going to go to commercials in a few minutes. We are at the 1 hour 55 mark on my OBS recording. So that means that we are probably due for ads within less than 10 minutes. So, and that means also it's about time for me to use the bathroom, as it so often is. Let's take a look, though, at these items we just got. Okay, all these items are familiar to me. Still no new keys. There's a bunch of junk. Let's take a look at the mace. Can I use the mace? Oh, we'll find out in a second. Hold on, let's actually read it, right? Iron hammer with a protrusive pommel. Standard weapon for clerics. This simple, bladeless strike weapon is effective against most foes and can break the guard of a shield. However, one miss leaves one wide open. Okay, let's take a look at these things. Distinctive hat worn only by way of white priests in Toroland. It is simply meant to show their position within the hierarchy. It holds almost no meaning in the lands of Lordran. Robes donned by men of the cloth. Though plain to the eye, its hardy fabric repels rain and keeps the body warm. Those dissatisfied with church teachings must test their faith by going on a spiritual journey. Such is the ritual self-purification of the Way of White. So this is kind of interesting, right? Like, the priest hat, it only means to show their position within the hierarchy. So, you know, that's that's something that a lot of cultures have had in the past, is different ways of displaying hierarchy through hats. Hats seem to be a pretty common one. Traveling gloves. Thick, sturdy gloves meant for travelers on extended journeys. And holy trousers. Trousers donned by men of the cloth. Though plain to the eye, their hardy fabric repels rain and keeps the body warm. Those dissatisfied with church teachings must test their faith by going on a spiritual journey. Such is the ritual self-purification of the Way of White. Yes. Yes, we have seen this. We have seen this. Alright, I will have us go. I will put us on ads. I now got the ad warning. Yeah, I tend to not like wearing armor in this game because it always feels really counterproductive to me. It feels like it reduces the amount of damage I take by like 1/3, but increases the amount that I get hit by like 500%. So I've been pretty unsatisfied with wearing armor in this game, and I can maybe play around with getting the right armor to like keep the good dodging, but I kind of don't think it's worth the annoyance to do so. And yeah, it's I mean, like you said, like I say, CharlottXBear, it's all about it's just, you just gotta get good, right? You just gotta get good. And as we all know, that's gonna be a while. All right. Enjoy the fan art gallery if you survive the ads. But we are going to be in ads for the next several minutes. I'm going to use the bathroom and get some more water, and other people should do the same. You do not want to die of deep vein thrombosis because you were watching a streamer. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. Kit Kan's Backrooms movie and FanDuel Casino stuff. Good lord. Good lord. Ah. I really am enthusiastic for the day we run out of enthusiasm for making casinos. We've got to not have online casinos. It's just not right. It's just not right. It is just not cricket. And I feel like that's like not even controversial. It feels like really straightforward. Hello, music drummer. I as far as I know, there's a bit of like a psychological difference between people who get something out of gambling and people who don't. I am not. Like, I only ever think about gambling in terms of... I think about gambling primarily in terms of, like, investment. You know, and so that means that my form of gambling is I parked everything in a brokerage account. The end. Oh. Is abusing your financial irresponsibility? Oh no. Oh no. And see, I honestly thought of you as pretty financially responsible, Skyrish. Ooh, last spell on discount. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ow. All right. Based on experience, I'm probably not going to get through 6 Estus flasks. I'm pretty responsible money. I thought you were. You just always had the vibe to me of a person who's responsible with your money. Do you like to buy games? I see. I own so many goddamn games. I own so many goddamn games. I am genuinely never going to get through them all in a human time frame. Ow. So you're a clone. And... Is there another clone? Yes, there is. Ow. Ow. Ah! Come on, come on, come on. This run is going considerably worse. Ow! Ow, this is not the run. This is not the run. Okay. 267. Yeah, and the big problem for me is that I was like an early adopter of, I was an early adopter on, what do you call it? Humble Bundle. Humble Bundle. I was an early Humble Bundle guy. And so on Humble Bundle, I have like 800 games through Humble Bundle. And then on top of that, I've got like 2,000 games via itch.io from, like, the Palestine bundle. Well, no, I don't know if they even did the Palestine bundle. I know they did the George Floyd, the Justice for George Floyd bundle. There was like, it was like 1,200 games from like, for like $20. Vovern!
For 11 months.
For 11 months. Thank you so much for the 11 months, it's so helpful, it means so much to me, and Vovern's so good. Thank you all for, you know, anybody who subscribes is making a huge difference for me. It's really humbling. Okay, using the shield actually does make it a lot easier. As I die. But yeah, I've done a couple of itch.io bundles. And the itch.io bundles, is worth saying, are, like, they're not the same as the Humble bundles. The Humble bundles will be, like Pyre, right? Or, Transistor would be in a Humble bundle, and it's, like, crazy, right? It's already pretty crazy to spend, like, $20 and get, like, at the time, like, up to 10 games, like, each of them is, like, you know, a full-size indie game. A huge percentage of the itch.io games are, like, asset bundles for game developers. Like, they're not like games. They're framed as if they look like games because of how itch.io is formatted. But they're not, and they're not trying to be games, right? It's not like Deception. It's just that it's like, okay, everybody who decided to put on this bundle got their stuff in the bundle, and a lot of things on itch.io are like tiny demos, TTRPGs, zines, books occasionally, and they'll kind of look like games. So the actual number of like games that I have in itch.io is very difficult to tell. Ow. Yeah, it's very, very non-obvious what the, Okay, let's see if this kills me. No, it doesn't. Not even close. Alright. Worth chugging twice? Oh, never mind. Worth chugging twice to prevent exactly that from happening. Did not prevent that from happening. Did not prevent that from happening. Alright, now. And yeah, so when I get to pinwheel, I'll switch over to axe in one hand and punch in the other hand. Because the left-hand punch is probably the best way to deal with the illusions. Of the things that I have access to. Sounds like kind of my favorite attack. That I have access to. So far. But... yeah. That's kind of how the game works, right? Like, I appreciate the bit, right? I appreciate the bit that, like, a lot of problems have to be solved with fighting, but the game isn't, like, really a fighting game. Like, your character's just incredibly incompetent. Thank you very much, Theo, for the 1 bit. That was cute. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it looks like I need to fix that sound alert. Oh, and... oh, you're allowed, you're allowed, you're allowed. I know some creators who feel insulted that people fall asleep. To their streams. I don't at all. I don't at all. I am ASMR stream adjacent. Orpheus friend, have a good night. Have a good night. Different people have different opinions, Bear. I only just got it and have barely played with the DLC. I mostly got the DLC because I wanted to support the developer. I think the usual consensus is that the Last Spell DLC is kind of more of a supporter pack than it is a like actual expanded content. I am keeping hydrated, Vex. I am keeping hydrated. Do I sound scratchy? Do I sound scratchy? Because that would be understandable, if I sound a little bit scratchy. Okay, okay. I got quite drunk last night, so, it would be normal for me to sound scratchy. Oh. Okay, and I think you're fake. I should have punched. You are fake. Oh, you were fake. So I whiffed. Okay, this one's fake over here. Let's clear him out. Let's clear him out. Nope. Mies. Okay. Thank you both for floating. And you're fake. Okay. Okay, there we go. And you're the real one. Okay. Okay, so you're fake. Ow! Crap. Okay. 270. Alright. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Switch back to the traveling equipment. Probably is worth it for me to use something that has some meaningful fire defense. But not so much that it actually slows me down, right? So... yeah, I suspected the Goldhem Blackcoat was going to have the most fire defense. Should wear the most flammable stuff. Yeah, yeah, make it sexier, right? I'm at least I might be wrong, right? I'm assuming that he mostly does fire damage. Oh, Itsy Bitsy Bones, thank you for the 500 bits with the cute little Inari. That's so delightful. It's so delightful. And I forgot that I had that set up so that it's like you requested a history fact. A history fact. A history fact that is of some virtue here, right? Is that axes are not actually a super common. Battle axes are actually fairly uncommon in the historical record, with a significant exception in the Bronze Age. In the Bronze Age, we actually see a fairly large percentage of use of battle axes, and this is probably unsurprising due to the fact that it's like spears just kind of are such a functionally useful weapon. Yeah. Well, it's not that they're unheard of. They are not completely unheard of. They definitely do exist. But they're a little bit hard to justify, because if you are making a hafted weapon to save on materials as compared to a sword, like you just do a spear. Like a spear is just so good. That's like a kind of thing that sometimes gets missed. Is spears are just so freaking good. And axes have a bit of a trouble where you have a relatively small striking area. You have a surprisingly small striking area, and that's quite limiting, right, in terms of your ability to execute on. And spears are incredible, right? Spears land at a real apex on material use, right? Like they're incredibly good from a material use perspective. They have good reach. They use a very small amount of metal, right? The reach and the small amount of metal both interplay to make them really good. They are both an excellent weapon for heavy infantry to use, because that means that the heavy infantry can support each other more efficiently and effectively. And they are highly useful, and they also are really good for cheap troops, for non-heavy infantry because they use relatively so little metal compared to a sword. But axes combine that lack of reach with having a small striking area. And that small striking area makes them quite difficult to use effectively. That said, we do still see them used at various points in history, and of course, it's one of those things that must be said, is that actual observed hafted weapons are considerably messier to understand than you might think. The ways that swords are categorized is frankly nauseating and frustrating. The ways that spears are categorized and polearms, absolutely a maze. Absolutely a goddamn maze. It is not simple to understand. You will see all sorts of insane variations, and it is extremely difficult to gulp. I didn't say I'm not a fan of the oakshot typology. I am just saying that, like, once you actually try to use it, it's very challenging. I am not smart enough to follow my way around oakshot. And oakshot's much easier than the kind of stuff I've seen, than like what I've seen out of spears. Oakshot's already pretty rough. Again, as far as I know, the oakshot, I don't really have like an actual problem with the oakshot typology. I just know that it's difficult. Only history weapon fact I know is it took us the same time to go from copper to iron or steel. Is the same to go from iron to nuclear. That's very funny. That's very funny. That's very funny. Okay. Okay. Jeezy Pete's, that guy's hustling. That guy's hustling. Okay. As I recall, I can't just get past this guy. There's not a... I can't skip him. I don't think that made a big difference there. Get over here, you little bastard. You're the real one, so let's get some big hits in here. Okay, so is there a fake around here? Nisemono desu ka? Nisemono ga arimasu ka? Hello, Memorial. Hello, Memorial. You know what? I've never actually put in serious effort into learning oakshot. Maybe I should make that a stream. Okay. I'm RNGing like crazy here. Ow. RNGs is being extremely kind to me here. Okay, there's a Nisemono. Ow. I think that would have killed me otherwise, so maybe that was valuable. Maybe the armor was valuable. Whoop. Yes, I can appreciate you're fake. I think you're real. Yeah, you're real. and punch this guy. Ow. Okay. So not sure it makes that much of a difference, but it is funny looking to have a big trash bag on. But how are you doing, Memoria? How are you doing? How are you doing? Okay, back to normal. It's a traveling gear. We've gotten pretty far before. So not too bothered. Well, not too bothered. I'm actually, like, really kind of alarmed by how fast I've been getting through bosses this time. Yeah, it's actually kind of funny, right? Like, I do worry sometimes about, like, running out of content. I do worry about playing things and doing things too quickly. As a content creator, as an influencer. And so I... Which I think most people think is kind of silly for me to be concerned about, but... Ow! Well, didn't matter. Whole genre of these now? I suppose. But still, there's a specific emotional attachment people have to specifically this game that they don't have towards even Dark Souls 2, let alone, like, Bloodborne, or Lies of P, or Hollow Knight. Well, Hollow Knight people have a lot of attachment to. People have a lot of attachment to Hollow Knight. But yeah, so I suppose after Dark Souls, I was planning on doing the whole series in in release order, right? I was planning on doing the entire series in release order, so, Ow. Ow. I think we're not making it this time. Oh, come on. Let's try going up this way. Well, already regretting my choices. Oh, really regretting my choices now. I don't think this is gonna work. Oh, hello. Thank you for giving me the time. Okay. More garbage. I've heard people say strong things about it, but it does seem like Dark Souls is the one that, like, people actually care about seeing other people play through at a significant level. So I have to think about it, right? Like, you know, like, how much do I want to... Is the juice worth the squeeze to play the later ones, right? Like I said, my original plan, right, when I was, 1,000 deaths ago, my original plan was to beat all of the games in release order, which means that maybe I'm supposed to go back and play Demon Souls? Maybe I do through Elden Ring and then I go back to Demon Souls, but it might not be worth it, right? It might not be worth the effort. It's kind of interesting that I've not been told that I don't have the stats to wear an armor. That's weird. right? Like you would think that if I'm too much of a weakling to use a parrying dagger, I'm going to have trouble wearing like knight armor or whatever. Maybe I haven't experimented enough. Maybe it is possible. Wee! Oh, come on. I usually make that jump, but I feel pretty foolish right there. My goodness. Let's just do this for funnies. Let's just do this for funnies. It's so insanely clunky. I mean, I do kind of appreciate, right, that as video game armor goes, they've at least, like, the mail is underneath plate, right? That's an improvement over lots of video game armors. You can see the breaths and the eye slits on the helmet, on the visor. And the armor is shaped in a way that it largely is pushing force away from like where the blows are coming from. I do appreciate that. A lot of video game armor doesn't actually do that. Like the armor, there's quite a few where like the armor functionally like pushes blows toward vulnerable areas. Okay. I don't think that was a fair shake. I don't think that was a fair test. But it was funny. That was a funny way to die. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that one, but not, I think, a fair test. It is very funny to, like, struggle to get upstairs. I don't think body type has a gameplay influence, but it would be pretty goofy if, like, this is actually just a fat joke. Pretty mean-spirited. It would definitely, like, lower my opinion, but, yeah, a lot of video game armor, like, really makes very little sense, right? And even this one's not perfect, right? Like, these separated pouches, that's a very gunpowder thing. Yeah, this thing's a lot harder to use. I'll keep it up for a couple more deaths because it's funny, but it's yeah, I'm grateful for it, right? I'm grateful for it. I'm kind of a nerd about this kind of thing, and I think it has a much better effect. But yeah, these pouches, like you have pouches like this on later armor for having separate charges of gunpowder, right? That's like an early gunpowder thing. I don't know about, like, this is also, it is worth saying, this is also like a really late medieval, early modern armor. This is not a medieval armor at all. So, the fact that I'm less of a medieval guy than I am an ancient Rome guy also doesn't matter because this is early modern. But, from my flasks, yeah, my flasks, I carry around equally when I'm just fully naked. It is also something of a joy that... Anyway, sorry, let me finish that thought there. Like, for the Roman soldiers, well, they don't have anything like that. They don't have any sort of, like, utility. Yeah, they don't have the bat belt, right? They don't have... Roman soldiers simply do not have the bat belt. Instead, what they would use is let's see if I can do this. I think I have to do this. I think I cannot make that jump. I think there's a route this way. Well, there's a lot of you guys. Ow. Okay, for traveling purposes, that was actually pretty helpful. I'm not gonna lie. Notably, not getting stunned was kind of useful for traversal purposes. I do think I'm going to struggle to get past the bone zone. But yeah, like a Roman wouldn't carry their things in separated pouches. They would just have one bag. And they would just put everything in the one bag. Let's try putting... I assume that she does almost... this all fire damage. And even if it's all magic damage, this is still my highest magic damage setup. So let's try dressing up like we're really concerned about neighborhood safety. And real estate prices. Well. Ow. That still hurt like crazy. Oh, you're the real one. Dang it. There's a Nisimono. Oh, geez, two of them. RNG is not being kind to me today. Ow. I'm so clumsy. There we go. Okay, no, you. Ow. Oh, jeez, Pete's. Ow. I thought you were the Nisimono. There you go. Okay. You're the real one. I want you. No, you're real. Fuck. For sure you're fake. Oh, jeez, Pete's. Okay. Oh, you're definitely real. In terms of armors, I actually really like the Hamata. I like the Hamata a lot more than I like the Segmentata, among the Roman armors. I find some of the more minimal armors to be pretty interesting as well. There's a bunch of armors that I don't know enough about to feel like I know how to evaluate them. like linothorax, right? I genuinely am wondering if by wearing the same, like, this black armor, I've like antagonized him extra hard. Okay, nice. So Nisimono now. I actually have more feelings about fortifications, to be honest, than armor. I really like Trace Italien. Which, I mean, is popular, right? It's popular for a reason. And I enjoy the Chinese rammed earth walls. I think those are really cool. Kind of horrifying, right? Like just building those walls represents like a lot of death. But yeah, I'm a big fan of Trace Italien. I should probably study fashion history a little bit more, just in general, sartorial history, as they say. It's probably something of a weakness of mine in a kind of like a traditional masculine sense, that I have really poor grounding in sartorial history, even though it's like not actually just a thing of men, just a thing of women. Yeah, definitely that bias, right, of like, oh, I'm too good to study fashion. Alright, I'm too manly. It's a feminine, silly pursuit, and I'm a big, strong, manly man, right? Very silly, right? But even, like you know, like, even if you know your biases, that doesn't mean you escape them. Oh, there you are. Oh, good. Good. That was a freebie. Oh, ow. I'm gonna try it again, but I genuinely do think that was harder. I genuinely think that was the hardest one. Yeah, anyone can study fashion. I mean, it's not like men don't care about fashion, right? This is not a, like, actual division. Like, men do care about fashion in the present tense, right? This is not a, like, men used to care about fashion, now they don't. Men care deeply about fashion. It's just that where their theory of fashion is located is somewhat different in the present tense. Emmerich, have a good night. Have a good night. Sleep well. Try not to die. Try not to melt in the heat, in the blazing French summer. But thank you for stopping by. Have a lovely, lovely time. But yeah, like you know, facial hair preferences change over time, and that's very much a men's fashion thing. I myself worry quite a bit about, you know, my facial hair, and the sun has a beret is one weird way to. That sounds like an eclipse to me. It sounds like a partial eclipse. This sounds like what you are describing. Oh yeah, this is something of an improvement, right? Oh boy. Spicy, spicy, spicy. Whoop. Ow. Okay, so with the knight armor, I just, like, did not even get stunned. Oh, shit. Well, I'm fucked. Yeah, no way. No way. Was that happening? Yeah, you couldn't get a lot of them to call it caring about fashion, right? Like, oh my goodness. Particularly once you account for, like, talking about, like, body types. Like, that's actually a huge percentage of what men talk about with each other. I have never had the experience of, like, men bragging about their sexual conquest as, like, a fun recreational thing. I've definitely had the experience of, like, men talking about traumatic sexual experiences with each other, but, like, not, like, the, like, movie, like, oh, dude, I've never, that's, I can't even remember, but, like, good lord, do men spend time talking about fitness with each other. Good lord. And that is largely about vanity, right? That's largely about fashion. That is about achieving fashionable body types. And it's very clearly about vanity, right? It's very, very clearly about vanity. People rarely are talking particularly seriously about health. Sometimes they do, but not nearly as much as they're talking about trying to look a certain way. And that's fashion, right? That is fashion. It's just, you know, it's not, it's the good kind of fashion, not the bad kind of fashion. Hello, Deathheart. Hello, Deathheart. And there's a similar, there's a thing that gets commented on all the time, right? That, for, like, tech CEOs, we are several generations deep into tech CEOs dressing, like, extremely casually as a dominance display, right? That, like, wearing a suit is something that marks you out as middle class. If you are wealthy, you get to show up to serious business functions in a polo shirt and shorts, or a t-shirt and shorts, or a t-shirt and jeans. Like, that's a sign of actual mastery, confidence, and power. In a way that wearing a suit is not. Wearing a suit is a sign that you are subservient to the men who don't have to wear suits. Yeah. Euphoria's gender euphoria I have less to say about on kind of being very, very cis. But gender display and performance, right, is a little bit easier. You little bastard. A little bit easier for me to wrap my head around. In no small part because, you know, sociologist here, I'm not really thinking too much about people's... I'm thinking a lot less about people's internal states than I am about their external states. You know, what does a person do? What is being done? Oh, fuck. Well, yeah, no way was that surviving. I think I need to put away the silly trash bag because this thing does have limited... This thing does have a durability stats. The ones that show up casually are usually the worst. Understandable. I'm not sure. I mean, it might, because, again, in general, power breeds contempt, right? That's just kind of how power works. And the loops remind you of rock climbing harmons. They're very strange. I think that's where I'm putting all 10 of my Estus flasks. Still trying to figure out what the symbolism going on with the Estus flask is. Both telling them no to see their reaction, especially when they don't want to pay for things. Nice. It's just good juice. Well, it's called Estus, right? So it's related to fertility, right? It's related to fertility. If there's no reason why they call it Estus if it doesn't have something to do with with you know, estrus, right? They just kind of changed it from Estus to estrus. And you know, there's the obvious thing, right? There's like the really obvious piece of symbolism in the game. I think it's the most obvious and unambiguous symbolism in the game. Is the humanity, right? Is that the humanity is a vagina. And so, like, you can even see the outline of the clitoral hood, right? And so, that the Estus flask would also be heat fire. Oh, interesting. I was assuming it was from estrus, right? With an R. Okay. That's why you wake up at the weirdest times. Well, maybe all times are the weirdest times, Wee Biscuit. But yeah, it seems like fire is mostly about, like, healing and creation much more than, like, destruction in this game. Which might be why I haven't found any combat utility for pyromancy. You just hear clitoral hood in your sleep? Well, sometimes there's a clitoral hood around. Yeah, it might be an intentional pun, right? That like fertility and fire and stuff like that. Estrus is referred to as heat. True. You're so right for that, Oomphy. Ow. Ow. You bastards. Woohoo. Panic rolling, just panicking. I showed him the first cutscene. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, fuck. Okay. Fuck. I hate this. Let me through. Okay. Did you follow me through? You did not follow me through. Good. Okay, let's change into... Alright. Fighting fits. We are fighting fits. And then go for a nap? Yes, please. Please take care of yourself, right? I know that you find this fun, but, like, it's... Oh, hello. Oh, and you are also a Nisemono. And... Ow! You're getting a bit tired again? Good. I am hoping that I was helping calm you down a little bit, right? Or at least entertaining you a little bit before to help you get some rest. I'm not crazy that the imposters have more of like a... are more like a gray-black, right? Like, that's not just me imagining things. Bonk. Yeah, okay, I was definitely like noticing, right? I wasn't just like that wasn't just like an illusion. I wasn't just like fanning that. Ow, ow. Okay, wasted some healing juice, but I swear, this is actually this feels considerably harder. I am. And yeah, I would say to me it's like they're like ashy, right? Is what it looks like. The illusions look ashy to me. Whereas the true one looks like shimmery. Ow. Ow. Jeezy Pete's. You hate the axe? Well, it's what I've got. So, you know, you go to the war with the army you have, not with the army you want. Oh. Now, the people voted for pyromancers, so I guess I'm fighting things with axes all the time. Hello, little peanut princess. Dude, there's no need to apologize for being late. People show up when they show up, right? I am putting on a show. It is here. This is the first boss you came into? Nice. I continue to be bad. I genuinely... We're going into ads now. We're going into ads now. I genuinely think wearing the armor makes it harder. Oh. I'll give one more shot with the armor, but I think it's a liability. 3 streams, 3 streams. Good for you, good for you, good for you. Good for you. We will be back in a few moments. We'll be back in a few moments. Thank you all for bearing with me. I am going to get a snack. Ah, I'm back. I'm back. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Thank you all for waiting for me. Thank you all for waiting for me. Let's... Let's go back to nude mode. To nude mode with a board. And through here, and so far so smooth. It would be funny if, so like, well, let's try it again. But I'm thinking, right? Ow. That Mr. Pinwheel is either have some sort of like mercy mechanic for when you're under geared, or just like, or I guess like a increased aggression mechanic for when you're geared up. Or yeah, or specifically the robes, that like it's like this bitch dressed the same way as me, so I need to punish him, right? Stole my fits. Right, like, those are my kind of two hypotheses. I don't know if either of those are true, but it feels like either one would explain why it felt so much tougher to fight armored as opposed to unarmored, right? That felt so much harder. Yeah, I'm going in wearing nothing. I'm going in wearing nothing. Yeah. Ow. Well, bad test. Bad test. Got nukened immediately. That would be funny. I would like that. I would like that. That's the sort of thing that, like... That's the sort of thing that gets your game, like, a good reputation, right? Like, as long as we, like, keep on thinking about with this game, this game has such a strong reputation among gamers, and the only games that I find that can think of that are comparable are, like, Undertale and Disco Elysium, right? In terms of, like, how much people love them. Which kind of always puts me on alert to look for anything that's, like, an Undertale-esque mechanic. And that's the sort of thing Undertale would do, right? That's I mean, that is a thing that Undertale does do, right? That, you know, you can, spoilers for an 11-year-old game, but, you know, there's a boss fight that you can bypass, by just buying an item early game, from one of her friends, right? I don't know if people remember this, but I think it's one of my favorite little jokes in the game. Is that you can bypass a fairly challenging boss fight by just buying a donut. And so the possibility that this game has a, like, that's my armor, why are you wearing it, is pretty coherent to me. That's just, like, the fun part, right, of making a game. Like, that's the fun and good part. But let's keep pushing. Let's keep pushing. Oh. Move my chair a little bit. I do think after this death, which is coming very quickly. Oop. Never mind. Never punished. Better to be lucky than good. Okay. Well, I actually didn't try out to see if the mace... I can use the mace. I'll stick with the hand axe until it breaks, because we're pretty close to breaking the hand axe. Which is pretty brutal. As well as kind of what souls are for doing repairs. I've been treating them like they're just garbage that takes up my inventory space, but... Okay, it looks like dodge rolling might actually make that worse. Might be better to just run as opposed to dodge rolling. Okay, I should have enough HP for this. Yeah. But not enough for any more. Okay, and then drop here. Okay, and then... Oh, come on. F. No! So close. So close. So close. Ah. So close. But I think just running might be more reliable. Yeah. Unfortunate. Unlucky. Unlucky. I do imagine this game would be really... Actually, I guess I should... I kind of wonder. I'm kind of wondering, because, like... I feel like the game has mostly been luck, right? I feel like I just kind of do stuff, and sometimes it works out, and sometimes it doesn't. It's just luck, right? There's no... If there is skill in the game, I'm not using very much of it. And I'm relying very much on the on the non-deterministic variations in the game to carry me. And I feel like this has been pretty generous to me. As a strategy, I feel like I feel like the game has been has been kinder to me than I deserve. Right? I feel like the game has more than met me halfway. Okay. Tech didn't work that time. But it does feel like the game has been unreasonably kind to me. All things considered, right? Like, this game is supposed to be a hard game. It hasn't felt that bad. And I'm wondering if I've heard people describe this as a very frustrating game, and I haven't felt frustrated. So I'm wondering if you do take it personally. If you think that the game has very low luck involvement, if you end up taking it a lot more personally. The difficulty reputation of Dark Souls is a bit overblown. Brett Devereaux, a historian who I follow pretty closely, has his Twitter profile for years had the joke of, like, you know, he's a published PhD and a full-time professor and all this stuff, and he says, "My greatest accomplishment is beating Dark Souls," which I always thought was pretty funny. And out at I'm gonna try this route, because the other route has not been going as well for me. Oh, there's somebody over here. Okay, hold on. Most important rule of the game. I'll count it. Oh, just more junk. Ha! That was cute. That was a cute one. That was a cute one. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like people do that in a lot of games. So like make challenges out of it. That's pretty typical. I've definitely done that with some games. You know, I've done like class restrictions in Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm trying to think of other games I've done where I've done like intentional challenges just to see what I could do. The thing is that usually there's achievements that like really push you towards certain goofy things. Like in Into the Breach, I've done like quite a few goofy runs, but a lot of those are like set up by the game intentionally. Like, you know, like using only one mech, right? One type of mech, that is to say, like one multiple copies of the same type of mech. Like for my money, if you want to do that challenge, by the way, the rocket mech. Rocket mech is crazy. I don't even know if anything is the strongest mech in the game, but it's probably the mech that has the least, like, need for other mechs to cover its weaknesses. And it does start off with the most powerful piece of equipment in the game. Okay, so that still doesn't work. Okay. Which is the storm generator. Storm generator is outrageous. But yeah, I mean, I suppose, like, wearing heavy armor would be a challenge, right? Because, good lord, does it feel like wearing heavy armor makes this game a lot harder. That would be the most obvious one to me that I've witnessed. Only using one of the hands, right? No healing. No healing would obviously be a tough one. All right, let's. All right, let's try going this way again. What the shit? Okay, I don't actually know where I'm going. Okay, there we go. There we go. F. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. What? You landed on here, you little bastard? Okay. Alright. I think it's actually harder. Hello, D-turn. Hello, D-turn. Ow! Crunch. Crunch. Let's see if this guy's got a new dialogue for me.
What? Restoring your humanity? Well, there are a few ways to go about it. Collect it bit by bit, and the coveting.
Yeah, we've had that one before.
What a... Don't try anything clever. You might regret it.
I do like the voice acting in this game. I do like the voice acting in this game. It is a strong point of the game. Got any interesting stories? No, only boring stories. You only get boring stories. That is the Almantas promise. Only boring stories. But how are you doing, Dietard? How you doing? Take the boring stories anytime. Well. Oh, hold on. I'm all locked in here. Okay. If I time that right, it actually works. If I time that right, it actually does work. Ow. Jeez, these guys are really smarter than me. I should really just do as little as possible to interact with them. Alright. We're through. We're through. Okay. I'm gonna take a stretch now while I try to remember any remotely relevant or germane stories that I can give out. Well, hello, bonk. Need a boring story to fall asleep to? I mean, I did finish a book today, Furthest Reaches of the World, which I mostly found pretty boring, to be honest, as books go. It was, a history of Borderlands in the ancient world, and the, you're the real one. Whoop. You're fake. Wait, no, you're real? What? Where's the fake one? Well, you're fake. You're fake. And in principle, a story about the, a history of the borderlands of, you know, Rome and Egypt and stuff like that should be pretty interesting. But mostly it kind of was just kind of like a catalog of semi-random anecdotes. Like loosely connected anecdotes about different regions, and I really would have preferred a much more focused book. I've said this is a similar thing that I said about the Bright Ages. Ow. Well, that makes it retro, right, Memoria? Retro claptrap? Not really. Yeah, like I really kind of need a book to have like a real thesis, for me to like really feel like it's a particularly good book. Good gravy. So you're the real one. Okay, fine. Come on. Okay. Oh. Oh, you're fake? Fuck. Oh, that was real. Situational awareness 0. Okay, we're at the halfway point. Clear of clones. Oh. Oh. Ow. Literally walked into that. I actually hate the retro label. Well, the way that VTubers use it. I think it's asinine. To be like, oh, 15 years? Like, no, it's asinine. The old Reddit version of it, where it's, where retro refers to specific hardware generations as a fixed concept, I am much more sympathetic to. And even I still don't like it. I maintain my retro is about a game that is primarily about looking backwards. Weapon at risk, crap. Crap. Gotta remember to punch these guys for the durability savings. I don't think there's durability on bare hands. Are you the real one? No, you're not. Okay. Dang it. Dang it. Turn 92. something else to read. My non-fiction choice, Ratmost. Hold on. Importance. Ratmost. How is the rat that is the most? How is the rat most? Yes, you were playing Dredge. I did catch a little bit of it. You are the non-fiction choice. Yes. Sorry, I got distracted there. I don't know. I don't know what you're particularly interested in Music Drummer in terms of like potential like history or non-fictional topics. Let's go with Sweetness and Power. I haven't recommended that one in a while. Sweetness and Power is really good. All's Well in the Rat Kingdom. Excellent. If you want a fiction recommendation, if you haven't read Frankenstein, read Frankenstein. If you have read Frankenstein, read The Dispossessed. Those are my strongest fiction recommendations. They are not necessarily my favorite fiction books, but they are my strongest recommendations. I felt more comfortable than Moria. I felt more comfortable, so I'm probably gonna stick to it. Also, as you saw, like we're having a durability problem with the axe, so now we need to be rationing resources, right? Ooh, Lies of Locke Lamora is pretty good. I actually like Lies of Locke Lamora. That's an interesting series. I don't know if there's a fourth book in it, but I read 3 of the Lies of Locke Lamora series. A lot of people say only read the first one, but I actually think the second one's not bad. I think the second one's still pretty good. The third one is considerable downgrade in quality, but I think the second one's still pretty fun. Trilogy, yeah, that makes sense. And in the third book, like, there's very heavily hinting that they've got like way more to explore in the world, and I don't think he wrote anymore, which is a pretty funny way to handle things. Ow. But yeah, Lies of Locke Lamora is good. Lies of Locke Lamora is good. I really liked Bug. I thought Bug was a really fun character. Yeah, I think it's a good setting. Honestly, this game kind of makes me think a little bit about that setting where it's like a fantasy early modern period. You know, I hadn't really thought too much about the early modernity of this setting very much, right? Like, I haven't seen gunpowder so far, but I might just not have gotten far enough. But like the armor and equipment is you know, like late medieval, early modern. Like Luceron's a very much a like well post gunpowder weapon. There are firebomb pots. True. I just wasn't thinking hard enough. You are correct. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna change tax. Yep, de facto Renaissance. Like Thief is a really good one. Thief is a really good one. On this count. God, I love Thief. Ow. And I mean, D&D was historically like the main setting for D&D, Ravenloft, is really more of a sci-fi setting than a fantasy setting. You know, it's like there's like fantasy tropes in it, but it is mostly a story. Like, is really like a Star Trek, right? Yeah, Warhammer Fantasy is very open about it. And I don't think a lot of the stories that do that think very heavily about why they're doing that. So I'm curious about in the case of this game, right? Like, what am I doing? I'm fucking up is what I'm doing. I'm wasting a whole bunch of my time here. Oh, no, shit. You think you remember it? Well, yeah, but this game doesn't seem to be as, like, careless about it. Like, in the case of, like, Warcraft, I think it's just, like, carelessness. But, you know, this is a game about the apocalypse, right? Like, that's what that opening cinematic is very much about. It is, like, the apocalypse. Like, the world is ending. You are on the cusp of the world completely ending. Okay, and, yeah, but it's... I'm wondering if there's some sort of meditation on the ways in which, like, the world ended, right? That's... You know, there's a genuinely new era ushered in with, you know, the printing press and... You know, I'm still thinking about reading The Four Horsemen, which is an account of suffering in Renaissance Italy. Oh, hello. That, like, you know, towns where literally 50% of the people die in 3 weeks from plagues. First book, I have no idea. I've never published a book, and I have absolutely no idea what the first book I ever read was. Almost certainly a children's book. Oh, come on. Boo. Well, I was going the wrong way anyway, so, yeah, this was... I don't actually have business this way. Wee! Yeah, there's a reason why we call it the modern era, right? Oh, boo. I may have a little bit of trouble getting through here. Fuck. Okay. Gus was a friendly ghost. That feels like a very Ratmos book to me by the title. I've never heard of it before. It feels very up your alley. Ah, yes, there we go. There we go. Work that time. Work that time. Ha ha ha. Now we can slip past this way. and get back to Firelink, which is where I should have been in the first place. I don't really have any business in the Undead Burg. Oop, oop. I need to get back to the save point, though, without dying. I can see it! There's a house where a ghost haunts the attic, and the family moves away, and he's lonely until a mouse moves in. And cook cheese croquettes, and finally a new family moves in. Nice! Nice. Nice. Maybe I can repair my axe. Not sure if it's worth it, though. Okay. Okay. So to under. Let's save here first because the soul. All right. That's a save point locked in.
Well, hello again. You seem to be doing all right. Need anything forged?
Can you repair my hand axe? Nope.
Most weapons and armor are mighty sturdy indeed, but every hunk of metal has its breaking point. If you notice durability running low, it's time to repair. Ask a blacksmith like myself, or do it on your own with a grindstone. The nice thing about weapons, they never betray you, so pay them a little respect, eh? Where are you off to?
What's my earliest book that I have a really strong memory of? Might be Hitchhiker's Guide. Might be the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That book has very much influenced me as I've gone on in life, and I did read that one quite early. I definitely read some children's books before then, and I'm pretty sure I read a couple of, like, various, we didn't really call them young adult novels at the time, but, like, I think people would have, I don't know, I always clocked that phrase was kind of creepy. Okay, yes. May as well chug. The doubtful guest. Very strangely, I'm pretty sure I did read Chronicles of Narnia, and I don't think it left, like, any impression on me. Oh, we're in trouble. Ow. Okay, gotta not get poisoned. Oh, well. I say as I got poisoned. Alright. Ow. Oh. There we go, there we go, there we go. I'm through. Oh. These rats. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, I knew it. Hello, Hoomter! Hello, Hoomter. How are you doing, my friend?
Ah, hello. You don't look hollow, far from it. I am Solaire of Astora, an adherent of the Lord of Sunlight. Now that I am undead, I have come to this great land, the birthplace of Lord Gwyn, to seek my very own son. You find that strange? Well, you should. No need to hide your reaction. I get that look all the time.
Just finished day one of your last year for PTO. Good, 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 good. You're pogging out of your guard. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Oh! What was my... No, I had poison. I forgot about it. I forgot I was poisoned while I was reading, while I was catching up on you guys, and trying to think about, what to say. Because people were asking, like, my earliest book experience, and it's like, man, I'm old. I don't remember my youth very well. My don't really remember it very well. We... Ow! Very rude. Oh. Alright. We're about to get to Death 300. About to get to Death 300. Yeah, yeah, the big guy, the big boy. The big boy. The big boy. The metal, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I have to say, like, within this, for as pigs go, honestly looks pretty... Does not look particularly chunky to me as pigs go, right? Like, I haven't spent a ton of time around pigs. I would not call myself a man of the swine. 3 tags is saying old. I mean, it's true. It's true. Hello, Clipspawn. Hello, Clipspawn. But, like, this is actually just kind of like a healthy, muscular pig. The tusks are badly overgrown, but, like... That aside... Oh, yeah, no, it does not. It does not. It does not at all. Boo, poisoned. Alright, alright, alright. Come on. Come on. Ow. Might not be able to get past this guy like that. Huh. Rat Baron, yeah. Rat Baron. We love barely domesticated animals, true. I am putting it away if I don't want to damage it. We are already running into... We've only got 2 weapons that I can use, and one of them is in durability warning. The hand axe is in durability warning, so I've just got the mace. So we have reached the part of the run where I have to start rationing weapon use. Which admittedly, in the first run, right, that happened against, the boss, right, against the Asylum Demon. So, like, we're already doing considerably better than the first run. Ow. Haha. Haha. So yeah, if I'm not actually trying to, like, fight this guy, right? Like, I'm just trying to push him out of the way. I don't actually need a real weapon. Oh. Oh! There we go. There we go. Oh. Yeah, give him a little push. Give him a little push. Well, let's see. Well, hello. Okay, he's still here. Is he bored? No, he's not. Okay, How have I gotten past this guy in the past? Well, I talked to Solaire. I didn't really get anything out of it, but I did talk to Solaire. So I may as well just get out of here, right? I think that's everything to do in the Undead Burg and the Undead Parish. I mean, eventually this unlocks, but I think other than that, I've done everything there is to do in the Undead Burg and Parish. So may as well just... I think the garden I've mostly done. I think the only real direction forward is through the Catacombs. Because I don't... Yeah, I don't have access to Sif, so that's... That's a bit of a challenge there, right? Another boring story, please? Well, I'll tell, I'm such like a research-focused writer. It's like 2 a.m. for me? Yeah, it's 2 a.m. for me. It's 2 a.m. for me. Whose brick is this? Kickspa. I don't know this person. I always associate the brick emote with, Exalted Emily. That's who I think of as, like, the bricker. The brick chucker. I think the book that affected me the most that I've read in the last couple of months is oh, hold on, let's take a look here. Okay. Okay, haven't made any progress on leveling in a while. It's 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Yeah, yep. I like night shift. I actually like working night shift. I hate working first shift of the options. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. Hello, Emperor's Armpits. I don't know about inevitable. I'm feeling pretty evitable right now. I'm feeling pretty eved. But yeah, the book that probably affected me the most this year was Inked. It was the name of the book, and it is a story. It is a history of Song Dynasty soldiery. It is a social history about how were soldiers treated by Song Dynasty China, which is an interesting question to engage with, because the Song Dynasty has, one, a really strong reputation for military failure, and it also has a really strong reputation for bureaucratic reform. And this is a social history much more so than a military history. And it focuses very much on the question of, like, how were these soldiers treated, and where did they come from, right? That's a huge percentage. Death number 300, baby. Death number 300, and it's time for ads. We are on ad warnings. I'm going to stretch a little bit. I'm going to finish up what I'm saying here, for Diaturn's perspective. So the way that the history of the Song Dynasty worked on this, right, is that Song Dynasty arose out of a period of chaos following the fall of the Tang Dynasty, and during that period of chaos, it was a very military era, right? Unsurprisingly, an era when there's lots and lots of violence, warriors wind up being quite politically powerful. And so these warriors had their own set of social and cultural norms, and they often included tattooing. Lots and lots of tattooing. However, this winds up being an interesting cultural thing to have, because if there's anything that you know about Chinese traditional religion, is that tattooing is verboten. Tattooing is very, very verboten in traditional Chinese religious practice. And so what winds up happening is that during the Song Dynasty, when a period of peace reasserts itself, the Song Dynasty oversees a lot of major bureaucratic reforms. A large percentage of what we think of as the Chinese imperial system doesn't actually date back to the Han Dynasty. It is really Song Dynasty era reforms. And in particular, the emphasis on the scholar as the center point of the bureaucracy and of the way that the government is run is largely a Song Dynasty thing. It's one of those things that is like a fun one to run into, that when people look at the Tang Dynasty, the preceding dynasty, it's very obvious that the actual power players are not Confucian officials. The Confucian officials are very much playing second fiddle to military aristocrats, like most famously An Lushan. So in Inked, we are talking about how these bureaucratic reforms interplay with a military system. And here's where it gets interesting. The first is that when you are signed into the military, when you enroll in the Chinese military of the Song Dynasty specifically, you get tattooed on your face, which is highly spiritually polluting. Like, the ostensible reason is to make it so that leaving office is very hard, that desertion is very hard, but it is also spiritually polluting and extremely negative for your social standing. It is a dramatic reduction in your socio-political power. And here's where we get really interesting, right? Is that the bureaucrats who managed these military units, a Chinese military unit is incredibly comprehensive by comparison to a similar Western military unit. These are permanent standing units. These are not mustered regularly. These are full societies that are semi-segregated from the rest of Chinese society. And this has a bunch of consequences in it, because the terms of service is like 20 years, and it's very hard to get any other type of work after you leave. So it has a bunch of consequences, one of which is that they all get married. Yes, criminals were also tattooed. Many criminals were tattooed and then added to the military, where they would be tattooed again. But yes, tattooing is a criminal punishment. And it's a deliberate association between being criminalized and being enrolled in the military. Anyway, where we get a really fascinating part to this is that these military units are incredibly comprehensive. They do not just have soldiers. All of the artisans that an army might need, all of the blacksmiths and potters and tailors are part of the military units. And these wind up being the more valuable soldiers, as the fact that being a scholar who is in charge of a military unit, you get the full usufruct of that unit. This means that scholar officials would basically treat being a military commander as owning a factory for profits. That's what I think is the most interesting part. And this had devastating effects on the military readiness of the Song army. Anyway, we are going to the ads. We'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Ah, there we go. I'm back. Itsy Bones, enjoy your sleep. Also, Dioturn, enjoy your sleep. And yeah, the Ratmos bounce. Yeah. Thank you, Memoria. Hello, Bob the Sushi Lover. How are you doing tonight? Alright. I haven't made sushi in a while. I probably should, not particularly because I want sushi, but because I've got some Oshinko that's just kind of like sitting there taking up space in the fridge. Yeah, that's Oshinko. I love it. It's my favorite. It's my favorite sushi. It's not even close. It's not that expensive. I did not find it to be that expensive.
Ah, hello. What weapons have you brought? Go on, show me.
Yeah, no, I've done that. Okay.
What is it? There's nothing to talk about. We're both cursed, undead. But what's there really to moan about?
What's that really to moan about?
What's happened?
I left. You told me there was nothing to talk about, but I have nothing to do but talk to you, so it feels a little catch-22 to me. Yeah. You know what I should have had on break was I should have had some olives. I feel kind of dumb. I have a jar of olives. I think 30 to 40 olives would really hit the spot right now. I just have some queen olives right now. They're not my favorite. I do like them. My favorite are Calmatas. My favorite are Calmatas. I love Calmatas. Okay, let's... Whoop. Goodbye. I'm trying to think if I have. I like black olives considerably less. I haven't had it. There's. Wow, instance. There's probably some olives I don't like. I just haven't run into them yet. I've only had like 3 or 4 types of olives though, so. You know, I cannot pretend to be an expert at all. I don't have any pickles that I'm making right now. So that's a bit of a limitation on my part. I should try pickling some cucumbers. Again, my last pickling attempt just completely failed because I tried out some like weird technique that I'd never even heard of before, and it just like did not work. Almond stuffed green olives. An interesting choice. That sounds very crunchy. I've never heard of that. Do the almonds get softened over time if you do that? I would think the almonds would like slowly get softer from being soaked from the brine. Slightly. Okay, I was worried that they would like fully disintegrate. Still crunchy? Ah, I see, I see, I see. I see, I see, I see. Does sound like a good time. That does sound like a good time. You know what? Every one of my viewers back during a previous series of attempts said that this was her favorite area of the game, Valley of the Drakes. I feel like I don't get it. There's just kind of not a lot here. Oh, well, let's see. Can I get here without dying? Okay. There's big door. Oh, hello. Let's take a look at this thing. Rare gem called Tearstone has the uncanny ability to sense imminent death. This red Tearstone from Karim boosts the attack of its wearer when in danger. Boosts attack when HP is low. Okay. Castella green olives. Do not know these Castella green olives. You drank too much Dr. Pepper, now you have a tummy ache. I am sorry to hear that, but also, lol. Water is it's good. Water is a source of life. Water is the good stuff. Water is the good stuff that makes you feel good. I recommend water. It's the stuff that will make you feel better. Up until it doesn't. $86 is many ounces. I will grant you that.
What's wrong? Get a bit of a scare out there? No problem. Have a seat and get comfortable. We'll both be hollow before you know it. Well, what are you going to do? I've already decided. I don't really care. I'm simply crestfallen.
Nice. Okay. Let's see. What is a tuning magic? Cannot kindle while hollowed. And reversing hollowing is a limited resource, so I need to be careful with it. All right. Well, let's see. Next guest character in Tekken is a Baki the Grappler villain. Hell yeah. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. Hello, Mix. How are you doing? How are you doing? I guess you're stun locked by Tekken 8 reveals. There's so many really weird things in Tekken. Also in Baki. I'm way less familiar with Baki. But aren't like half of the isn't Baki the Grappler like half like IRL wrestlers? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ow. I can't believe that I got death from above. That I got Goomba'd. That's my technique. Oh. We had better on the fall damage than I expected to. Ow. Let me in. Implies that it should be physiologically impossible, and it's definitely on purpose that rules. That's good. Ow! The wheel skeletons, yeah, they wheelie rock my... They wheelie kick my ass. I definitely struggle the most with them out of like every enemy. So this means we've died 51 times tonight. That's a relatively low rate. Thank you, Theo. I appreciate your hatred. You were correct to do so. But yeah, I found them very challenging. I found them very, very challenging. I'm not good. I'm not good against them. I have gotten relatively close a couple of times. I'm trying to go for pinwheel right now. The big challenge is that the hand axe is broken, and the only other weapon I have is the mace. So I am definitely starting to worry, right? About... Oh, crap. There we go. About running out of durability on my gear, right? And about bricking the save that way. Because I remember that. I remember my first save is functionally bricked because I ran out of usable weapons. You know, there's a certain... Yeah, so... a little bit concerned there. But so far Pinwheel is this is the only route forward that I can see. So I'm gonna give it another couple attempts. I'm gonna work on this a little bit longer. Also gotta pay attention to see if my GPU crashes. Because we're at 4 hours and 26 minutes, I've had a bunch of GPU crashes, and Nano reported having GPU crashes at the 4 hour 30 minute mark. But he reported them as being NVIDIA, and I am on AMD. So, might not have the same effect on me. Might not have the same effect on me. Alright, Hoomter. Please rest well. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate getting to see you on this here Dark Souls Sunday. Yes, I will. You know me. I always enjoy my deaths. That's what they're there for. Ow. Oh, fuck. Okay. There we go. Oh. Managed to do that one pretty safely. Ow. Fuck. Fuck. Yeah, this route is worse. This route is worse. Even though it's more confident that I can get down to the pit, the run once I'm in the pit is too difficult for me. I don't have the it feels really overwhelming. Every rat has its own horrors. I know, itsy bitsy bones. Itsy bitsy bones. Alright, let's get through here. Alright, and... Oop. Oop. Fuck. F. Sorry for swearing. That's what I get for swearing. That's what I get for swearing. Ugh. Do you have any new dialogue for us, buddy?
Have you been to the ruins of New Londo below? Just head down the stairs and take the lift. It's certainly worth a visit. It was once an undead city. You may find a clue or two, unless the ghosts find you first.
Alright, Weebus, get some good sleep. Okay, you know what, Crestfallen Knight? You're right. There's more stuff to do in the New Londo ruins. Let's see. Well, let's get up here. This is so good. I didn't have this the first two runs. This is like probably the biggest evidence I've made progress is this shortcut. Ow. Okay. I think there's still some stuff in here. Ow. Ow. Yes. I feel it in my bones. Which these ghosts don't have because they're ghosts. I have bones. They do not.
Well, this is a surprise. I don't get many visitors, except for ghosts. Do you have some business here? My name is Inward. I'm an old man, bound for these parts, but I don't mind a chat. I may even be of some help. I am the guardian of the seal. I watch over the four kings, the masters of the dark wraiths. The dark wraiths are the enemies of man, and any living thing that has a soul.
Dang.
They were born in New Londo, and that is where they perished. What?
No. I just lost focus. Dang it.
Hello. I am the guardian. I watch over the dark wraiths. They were born in New Londo, and that is where they perished. The entire city was sacrificed to contain them.
Nice, nice, very cool.
How great a threat they were.
Is that all you say if I talk to you?
I am the god. I want that they were for that.
Anything I can buy from you? Okay, transient curses. Resist curse. Sorcery of the Red Road Remedician Ingward, Guardian of the Seal in New Londo. Sacrifice humanity to undo curse. Wow, that's expensive. That is pricey. Okay. And that's all he sells. Okay. So he is the guardian of the seal. Okay, let's take a look around here. Let's take a look around here. Because I've been this way. Right, I've been this way. And that's where I came from, is those docks. So some stuff over here that I haven't really been to. I don't think I'm getting out of here alive. Yeah. Didn't seem likely to me. Didn't seem likely to me. But okay, we've met a new NPC, right? We've met a new NPC. We have met a new NPC. And yes, we've met a new NPC. Let's go back down. But we got a little bit more of a perspective on what New Londo looks like. Maybe this is the route forward. Maybe this is the next area I'm supposed to be going to. I don't think so. I feel like we got pretty close to beating Pinwheel. That feels like the right direction. But... it's this stuff along here I don't think I've seen all that much of. You know what? I can't block anyway. Okay, I have been in this direction. Okay, we're dead. I need advice on falling asleep. Okay. Actually a lot, because I have extremely bad insomnia. I have many, many thoughts about how to fall asleep. I think the most important rule for managing insomnia in life is to not try and force it. That seems to be the #1 way that my insomnia gets worse and worse and worse for weeks on end until I'm staying up multiple nights in a row, is trying to just force myself to fall asleep when I'm not tired. So don't... that is the biggest one for me. I find that the electronics actually don't matter that much, but I have to be kind of specific here. Blue light matters a lot. Blue light matters an enormous amount. I find that I can use computers until pretty much right the moment I go to bed, if all of them are heavily red color shifted. So all my monitors are super red color shifted. And generally quite dim. That is the second most important. Third thing, sleep mask. Sleep mask is like one of the best things you can spend money on. Get a nice one. Radically useful. And this is something of like a personal thing that everybody seems to be different on. I will have to check what the brand is that I bought, because I don't buy them regularly. I don't buy like anything regularly, other than like food stuff. I bought some a while ago, and I have spares, and that is how I interact with them. Oh, hello. Oh. Okay, we'll have to get him later. Wait, hold on, what the heck is this? Okay, so we do have some new avenues, some new little areas to explore a little bit. Let me take a look at my order history. Most recent ones that I bought. Wow, it was a while ago. Lewis and Clark appears to be the brand that has been the kindest to me. Different people have different things that they like, to be fair. I got some Fresh Me ones that do like the full face covering and are quite thick. I hate them. I hate them so much. They're like super expensive and I hate them. Because they warm up my head. They make my head hot, and that like keeps me up like way longer than like anything else. I like ones that are lightweight but exert pressure on my eyes. Diet obviously matters. One of those things that I'm somewhat infamous for, particularly among VTubers, is I have a very low caffeine diet. I probably have 1 cup of tea worth of caffeine per month. It has just like so unpredictable effects on my body that I don't feel comfortable taking caffeine more often than that. So it's definitely like a thing I avoid is caffeine. Oh, sorry, buddy. Ah. Yep. Paid my respects. See what you got for me, buddy? Okay, transient curse, I don't really care. Oh, I was hoping there was something up there. Lol. Yeah, those are what I would consider the most important ones. Try to avoid things that give you really strong emotions. Like a really... Like, for me, I need to avoid my day job stuff because non-zero chance that something that occurred in there's some horrible political news that is just going to make me so incredibly mad. And then that like really, really wakes me up. And yeah, your relationship with food, I find, matters a lot. Maybe it's just because I think about food all the time, and it's, like, my favorite thing in the world. Like, I remember a roommate I had who, he could not eat in the, like, 2 hours before he went to bed, or he would get, like, stomach aches and nightmares. I pretty much always eat at least something, like, right before I go to bed. Because the conversion of the nervous system into rest and digest, I find is quite helpful. That tends to help me quite a bit. I always forget the technical terminology is, oh, and regular exercise. Regular exercise makes a huge difference. Oh my god, I'm so excited to get back to doing cardio again after being sick. I'm so excited. Like that's the really good stuff is running for me. It's my biggest disagreement with Bloom is that I'm like, oh yeah, running's amazing. It's like running's stupid. Running is just walking, but like you spend less time doing it. I'm like, no, this is great. This is like the best. It's like the best activity. F. Okay, hold on. Oh, fuck. There we go. Nailed it that time. Fuck! Okay, so we got past the 4.5 hour mark with no distinct crash, so... that turned out well. That turned out well. Alright, alright. Let's mosey. I think I'm getting very sleepy, actually. Like, we were just talking about it, but I think I'm getting sleepy. I had a very long weekend. Oh. Just seeing grass makes you itchy? Oh, I'm guessing you must be quite allergic then? No, you're not? What's the association with grass and itchiness then? Ah! Alright. I might be cooked. It might also be bedtime for me. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty cooked. Right now. I don't have my schedule on this machine. Tomorrow, 10 p.m. Let's go back to the chatting screen then. Tomorrow at 10 p.m. I will be doing some sort of hand cam. Haven't decided on what precisely. Let's put that away. Haven't decided on which hand cam I will be doing precisely, but I will be doing some sort of hand cam. I just quit Dark Souls. There we go. We're free. Yes, I'll be doing some sort of hand cam tomorrow. Haven't decided exactly what. Might be origami. Probably won't be model painting because I'm planning on doing model painting Thursday. Probably won't be cooking either because that's such a pain in the neck to set up. But those are... might knit, maybe? We'll figure something out. And when... on Tuesday... on Tuesday, I will be... on Tuesday, I will be on... I will not be streaming. I will be on Mara Eventree's channel. I'll be on Mara Eventree's channel. She is a baby Tenno, and she wants some non-baby Tenno. So me and VT are the experienced Warframe players, and she and Violet Vainglory are the baby Tenno. And so we will be supporting and babysitting the two of them while they stumble around in the game and see how they like it. It'll be an interesting change of pace for Mara, who's mostly a horror game streamer. And Wednesday, I'm off. Thursday is mini painting. That is the schedule. That is the schedule. That is the schedule. So, I will probably write a review of To the Farthest Reaches. I'll probably write a review of To the Farthest Reaches. Discord is there. I think I'm pretty active there. Maybe other people don't think I'm as active as I think I am. I feel like I'm there all the damn time. Those are the places that you find me. I am pretty cooked. I'm going to call it a night. Let me just choose a raid target. Hold on a second, what's going on here? I'm just gonna take a look at who I have as available raid targets. Well, and also, I mean, I was up very late last night. I got quite drunk. I'm quite tired. I should have been, I should have been hungover, but I am very good at dodging hangovers, so I dodged that hangover. Let me just take a look. We are spoiled for choices right now. On who to raid. We have many raid targets. We have very many raid targets. I am thinking that we are going to go to an old friend. Who I haven't raided in a minute. When was the last time I raided her? It's been a while. It's been a month since the last time I raided Ronin. So we're going over to Ronin's. Everybody have a lovely night. Oh, hold on a second here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Those are our raid messages. I will see you later. Oh my goodness. I don't know what happened to my model. That's weird. Oh, it's fixed, but also we're gone. Have a good night, folks. We'll be gone.